Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning and warmest greetings to everyone. I am Alia Haruko and this is my partner
Amanda Shadia.
and we are the master of ceremony for this event in this lovely morning.
We would like to extend our warm welcome to our international and national guests at the VII International Conference on Social Studies and Humanities 2024.
With the theme Navigating the Complex Dynamics of Society, Communication, Policy, and Diplomacy, Challenges and Strategies.
First of all, let us express our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has granted us the blessings, allowing us to gather here at the Zuri Hotel, Palembang in a good health.
May blessings and peace be upon our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and all his followers until the end of time. First, we would like to greet the Honorable, the Vice Rector of International Collaboration and Planning, Sriwijaya University, Professor Dr. Engineering, Insinyur Haji Johnny Arliansha, MT.
Our respected the Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Sriwijaya University, Professor Dr. Alfitri, MSI.
Our respected Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University, Dr. Hartono, MA.
Our respected the Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Raden Fatah Islamic University, Professor Dr. Abdul Razak, MA.
Our respected Dean of Faculty of Dakwah and Communication, Raden Fatah Islamic University, Dr. Ahmad Syarifuddin, MA.
Our respected the Chairman of the Senate, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Sriwijaya University, Dr. Insinyur Abdul Najib, MM. As well as all the international and national attendees whom we deeply admire and cherish.
Before the event begins, let's sing the Indonesian Raya national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise.
Next, we would like to present a welcoming dance, especially for our honorable guests and all attendees. Please enjoy the performance.
for all participants in general. Allahumma inna nas'aluka bi asma'ikal husna wa shifatikal ula. Ya Allah, we ask you by all of your most beautiful names, as you have promised in Quran, you will answer our prayer. Allahumma arinal haqqa haqqa warzuqna ittiba'ah wa arinal batila batila warzuqna sinabah. Ya Allah, show us that which is true as true, and that which is false as false, and grant us to strength to distinguish between them in our life. Allahumma ya Allah ya alim, waqtina al-hajat wahsin khatmana indal mamati wa aslihal uqbana. Ya Allah, you are the Lord who bring about things beyond human capability. Ya Allah, grant our wish and end our life instead of husnul khatimah, and grant us goodness in the hereafter. Ya Rabbi wajma'na wa ahbaban lana fi darikal firdaus ya rajwana. Ya Allah, gather us together with our beloved Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam in your paradise of firdaus. ربنا تقبل منا دعاءنا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Amin, 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 ya Rabbal Alamin. Now, let us proceed with the opening remarks from the coordinator for ICOSH 7 2024. To Mr. Rian Adam Amikom, we kindly invite you to the stage.
Palembang, Profesor Dr. Abdul Razak, Honorable Faculty, Dean Faculty, Teacher and Education, Universitas Sriwijaya, Dr. Hartono, MA, the Honorable, the Dean of Faculty Communication and Dakwah, National University Raden Patah, Palembang, Dr. Ahmad Saripudin, MA, the Honorable, the Dean Fakulti Pendidikan, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, Profesor Dr. Muhammad Mahzan Awang. It is the great privilege to welcome you to the 7th International Conference on the Social Science and Humanities. Allow me as the Dean of Faculty of Social Science, Universitas Sriwijaya, to first express my sincere gratitude to our Chancellor for the insightful opening remarks that have inspired us to embark on today's academic journey with enthusiasm and purpose. This conference, with its theme, Navigating the Complex Dynamic of Society, Communication, Policy, and Diplomacy, Challenges and Strategies, serves as a critical platform for scholars, practitioners, and the students to exchange ideas and insight on some of the most pressing issues facing our interconnected world. I am deeply honored to acknowledge and warmly welcome our esteemed keynote speaker, Professor Kim So-il, Busan Indonesia Center, Republik Korea. Professor Yukiko Kuramoto from Rikyu University, Japan. Profesor Muhammad Mahzan Awang from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Associate Professor Andi Al-Fatih from Universitas Sriwijaya, Indonesia. Your expertise and contribution today are invaluable, and we are grateful for your commitment to advancing dialogue in social science and humanities. The conference careful curated subthemes social transformation and humanity, public policy and national resilience, diplomacy, security and global economy, and digital communication and media in Asia. Demonstrate the diversity and complex issues we aim to address during this one-day event. We hope this discussion will foster meaningful connection and generate actionable insight that contribute to academic process and practical solution. I would also like to recognize the international and local presenters whose present increase the event. Your contribution are testament to the power of collaboration in generating fresh perspective and addressing global challenges. Furthermore, I extend my deepest appreciation to the organizing committee and Universitas Sriwijaya for their support in ensuring the success of this conference. The commitment and teamwork involved have made it possible for us to gather today and engage in impactful academic discussion. As we proceed with today's session and encourage everyone to participate actively, share ideas openly, and build connection that extend beyond this conference. Let us use this opportunity to explore innovative solutions and inspire one another to make a meaningful impact to our respective fields. Thank you for joining us today at Universitas Sriwijaya. I wish you a productive, insightful, and engagement conference. Let us make this one-day event a milestone in advancing our understanding of the complexities of society and our shared future. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning.
Thank you to Professor Dr. Alfitri MSI as the Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Sriwijaya, for the warm welcome. Now we would like to invite the Rector of Sriwijaya University, which will be represented by the Vice Rector of International Collaboration and Planning, Professor Dr. Engineering Insinyur Haji Joni Arliansyah, MT, to deliver his welcoming speech, and will officially open our event this morning with the symbolic gong strike. To Professor Dr. Engineering Insinyur Haji Joni Arliansyah, MT, we kindly invite you to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished guests, esteemed keynote speaker, honorable presenter and participant, ladies and gentlemen, and also Bapak-Bapak Dekan dari UIN dan juga dari Unsri. Good morning and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the 7th International Conference on Social Science and Humanities, hosted by Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Sriwijaya. Representing the Rector of Unsri, I extend my and our warm greeting and deepest appreciation for your presence and at this esteemed gathering of mind dedicated to understanding the critical issue of our time through the international research and dialogue. As one of the leading university in Indonesia, Universitas Sriwijaya strives to provide young people from across the nation and the world with opportunity to develop themselves and maximize their potential. We are committed to equipping this dynamic and passionate community with quality education for better tomorrow and also for better future. Universitas Sriwijaya consists of 10 faculty, and Faculty of Social Science, Politics and Science is one of our faculty. This international conference addressed the challenge strategy necessary to understand and manage this complex dynamic, particularly in complex of rapidly changing of geopolitical and social situation. This event will bring together academic, public policy expert, and communication professional from various countries to share the first insight and perspective. This year, we are proud that social and political science make this conference with a theme of navigation, the complex dynamic on society, communication, police and diplomacy, challenge and strategy. In our interconnected world, we are witnessing rapid change in the way of social function, how the communication take place, how police are formed, and how diplomacy shape the relation between the nation. These challenges we face are multifaceted and ever evolving, but it is true. It is through dialogue and collaboration and share knowledge and that we begin to craft a meaningful solution. Ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply honored to host this distinguished lineup of keynote speakers whose expertise and groundbreaking research inspire and shape discuss across multiple fields. Please allow me to warmly acknowledge and extend our solution to Professor Kim So-il, professor from Busan University, and also Professor Yukiko Kuramoto, PhD from Riko University, Japan, and Professor Dr. Muhammad Mahzan Awang from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and of course Associate Professor Andi Al-Fatih, our very own from University of Sriwijaya. I would like to take this opportunity again to express my deepest gratitude to all our knowledge, to all our keynote speakers, and for their willingness to share invaluable knowledge and expertise with us. Your presence here elevates the prestige of this conference and also enrich our intellectual discussion today. We are privileged to have you with us, and we look forward to your inspiring presentation today. As Dean of Social and Political Science mentioned before, that focus of this conference is first is social transformation of and humanity, public police and national resilience, diplomacy, security and global economic, and digital communication and media in Asia. I think these subthemes serve as roadmap for us for addressing critical social, political, and economic issue through social exploration and collaboration. University Jaya proud to serve as a platform from this global exchange of ideas. And also I would like to extend my thanks to all the panel presentation and participants who have traveled from Indonesia and from some country to come to join with this event. To our international guests, we extend our heartfelt welcome and appreciation for being a part of this academic journey. Your active participation and engagement are what truly make this conference a success. In closing, I extend my deepest gratitude to everyone who has worked tirelessly to make this event a reality. The organizing committee, participants, and partner that assigns this opportunity to connect, collaborate, inspire one another, and we collectively navigate the complexity of our dynamic world. Thank you, and once again, welcome to the 7th International Conference on Social Science and Humanity at University of Sriwijaya. As representing of rector of this esteemed institution, I officially open this significant event. I wish you all a fruitful and enriching conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Johnny Arliansha, for the inspiring words. We kindly ask you to stay on stage, sir, as we will continue with the symbolic gong strike to officially open the ICOSH 7.
We also kindly invite Professor Dr. Alfitri MSI to the stage to accompany Mr. Johnny Arliansha MT for the symbolic gong strike. We also kindly invite the following keynote speakers to come to the stage to accompany to open the event. With the gong strike, the 7th International Conference on Social Studies and Humanities 2024 officially open. Please give a round of applause. We kindly to stay on the stage, Miss and Mr., because we will continue with the presentation of souvenir and plaques. We also kindly to stay on the stage because we'll continue with the presentation of souvenir and plaques. Please proceed. Thank you to the Vice Rector, Dean and Vice Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Science and the following keynote speaker. The souvenir and plaques are given by the Faculty of Social and Political Science Ambassador for our biggest gratitude. We will now begin the main event, a panel discussion with the theme Navigating the Complex Dynamic of Society, Communication, Policy and Diplomacy, Challenges and Strategies.
The first session of presentation and discussion will be moderated by our moderator, Ms. Sari Mutiara Aisha, SIP MA.
Let's give a round of applause.
Allow me to read her short biography. Ms. Sari Mutiara Aisha is a lecturer of Faculty of Social and Political Studies, Sriwijaya University. She pursued her master's degree, Master of Arts, from International Relations Department, Gadjah Mada University. She writes, teaches, and researches in diplomacy,
International Political Economy,
and global value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our moderator, Ms. Sari Mutiara Aisha. Let's give her a round of applause.
All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Good morning, all. All right. Honorable Directors of Sriwijaya University, in this case represented by Vice Rectors for Planning and Cooperation, Professor Dr. Engineering Insinyur Haji Joni Arliansyah, MT, the Dean of Social and Political Faculty, Professor Dr. Alfitri MSI, and also the Honorable all level of university leadership, our distinguished speakers from Sriwijaya University Indonesia and Rikyo University Japan, and also from Malaysia, all plenary speakers from Indonesia, Czech Republic, Taiwan, Australia, and Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, me, Sari Mutiara Aisha, would be your moderator. It gives me a great pleasure for the moderator in the 7th International Conference on Social Science and Humanities with the themes Navigating the Complex Dynamic of Society, Communication Policy, and also in Asia, Challenges and Strategies. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we know that among its many recipients, Indonesia stands out as one of Japan's key partners in Southeast Asia. Japan's foreign aid to Indonesia has evolved in response to both countries' changing political, economic, and strategic needs. But the new administration nowadays are very different. A day after the presidential inaugurations, we all know that the foreign ministers has already applied for the full membership of the BRICS. It's not only challenging in international right, but also we face so many obstacles in domestic, especially in Indonesia, because Japan and Indonesia share the same value of democracy, and now it's quite challenging because China and Russia are in a block of the BRICS and have different ideology between Indonesia and also Japan and Russia, and also the Russia and China. So the question would be, how this challenge could be transformed into a new threat, or perhaps that could be settled well between Indonesia and Japan. That's why we would like to invite in this today's amazing seminar, the expert of the topic. Please welcome Professor Yukiko Kuramoto, PhD, and also Associate Professor Dr. Andi Alfati, MPA. Please come forward. Wow, this is such a nice occasion, also the great honor for us to have this expertise in the field of the Japan relation to Indonesia, and also talk about the democracy itself, and also the transformations, how the ideal type and also the structure for Indonesia to perform well in a democracy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, first I'd like to read a brief introduction to our speakers. First, Professor Yukiko Kuramoto, PhD. How are you doing, Ms.? Right. Oh, okay. Can you, the comedy? All right. All right. Professor Yukiko. Yes.
Yes. Hi. Yes.
Okay. Hi. Well, I would like two questions. When we heard about Japan, Indonesia, and democracy, what do you think about these three important keywords?
Keywords. Yes. You know, we will have the new president in the United States. So we will get ready for that new administration in the United States, so that we could help the world to promote peace and prosperity in the world.
Agree. Please give a round of applause for Prof. Yukiko. All right. Professor Yukiko Kuramoto is a professor at the Graduate School of Social Design Studies at College of Sociology, Rikyo University, and also she earned her PhD in political science at George Washington University and taught at Earlham College and Miami University in the United States. And also her main research interests are international relations, gender and development, and also the global governance. Once again, please give a round of applause for the Professor Yukiko. Thank you, Professor Yukiko. Now, I'd like to meet and greet the second speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Andi Alfati, MPA. Good morning, sir. All right, how are you doing?
I'm going to ask you, how are you? I'm fine,
so
of course.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm so good. All right, sir, what do you think about this 7 ICOSH, because we already managed to have the 6th one in Malaysia. So what is your hope and also the future about the ICOSH?
Yeah, I hope this event will fruitful for us in terms of knowledge, insight, and friends and networking.
All right.
That's my hope.
Yes, that's the hope for all of us, right? Thank you so much. Please give a round of applause for Associate Professor Dr. Andi Alfati, MPA. Andi Alfati is an associate professor in Public Administration Department, Social and Political Faculty, Sriwijaya University. He earned his doctoral degree in Public Administrations at Pajajaran University. He has published so many books and papers in both national and international journals. And also his main research interests are public policy, smart village, and SMAs development. As you all can see on the screen, right, the full CVs of the Associate Professor Dr. Andi Alfati, MPA. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to the main agenda, right? Before the presentation begins, I'd like to tell you how this panel discussion will run. Firstly, the speakers will present the materials for about 30 minutes, right? And also after that, the session will be continued with another 30-minute presentation by the other speakers. And following that, we will have a questions and answer session for approximately 15 minutes. And finally, the first session will be ended by conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, now allow me to welcome Mrs. Yukiko to present the materials of a historical analysis of Japan's foreign aid policy for Indonesia. To Mrs. Yukiko, the floor is yours.
Selamat pagi. Nama saya Yukiko Kuramoto, PhD. Thank you very much for inviting me here. Such an important, also, I think it's very helpful events for all of us. I'm very excited to be here, and also I would like to share a part of my research on Japanese foreign aid policy. First of all, let me say, this year, the 60th anniversary of Japanese foreign aid, the Japanese ODA. Since Japan participated in the Colombo Plan in 1954, Japan started the economic development assistance to the other countries. Along that, Japan was always still growing and also trying to be recover from the World War II. Since 1960s, Japan increased the amount of the ODA. Then 1989, Japan became the largest foreign aid donor in the world. From 1990 to 2000, almost a decade, Japan was the largest donor in the world. This is a figure you could see. Japan was the number one until 2000, and after that, the United States exceeded and also became number one, or actually the largest donor in the world. And it's not easy to see, but currently, United States is the largest donor in the world, and second is Germany, and then third is Japan. So we no longer the largest donor, foreign aid donor. However, the third largest donor in the world. So before I get into my topic on historical analysis of Japanese foreign aid for Indonesia, let me explain about the characteristic of Japanese foreign aid. This is how Japan ODA went to, that regionally. So you could see from 1970, Japan focused to the Asian region. Like 1970, almost 90%, 95% went to Asia. After that, it's decreased because Japan was criticized to focus to the Asian region too much. So that 2010, actually almost 54%, it reduced to the half of it. Then after that, Japan started again to focus on Asia. So nowadays, the Japanese ODA actually goes to Asia again, 60%. And if we're looking at how Japan, or for per capita means like for like per person, how much Japan is spending for ODA. If you see that Norway and Luxembourg, they are spending almost like $100, 100 US dollars. However, Japan spending 140 almost US dollars per capita. So it's not that much, even though the third, the largest donor in the world. And if we look at closely about the how much they are spending, and then compared to the other ODA donors, and you see the 0.7% is the line there. It's the international aid regime's target. So the international, the aid donors, the community thinks that 0.7% of GNI should go to developing countries to help them. And you see that only, yes, thank you, only Luxembourg and Norway and Sweden and Denmark actually achieved the goal, 0.7% of GNI, but Japan, only 0.34%. So it means half of that target. So Japan still needs to reach that 0.7% of the GNI so that we could be a little more take initiative to do for foreign aid. Next, this is the how Japan spending for the project-wise, means like which sector they are focusing on for 48. And if you're looking at United States, United Kingdom, and also France and Germany, Italy and Canada, they are focusing on spending on social infrastructure, such as education, health, and water, and toilets. It's very important for human life, living. However, Japan is focusing on economic infrastructure. It means transportation, communications, or like electric power. So it's very different from other major donors in OECD, and you could see in other countries are sometimes criticizing Japan because Japan seems like to doing business, because if you do invest to the economic infrastructure, means like Japanese government, no, I'm sorry, that private company from Japan could invest more and also expand its market share. That's why we are criticized. But later on, I explain why Japan is focusing on economic infrastructure. And then now, currently, which country the Japanese ODA goes to, it's not showing. Okay, the 2022, the Japanese ODA went to India and Bangladesh and Philippines and Iraq and Ukraine and Thailand and Indonesia. So Japanese 48 still goes to Indonesia. So let me summarize the trends of Japanese ODA for Indonesia. In 1954, shortly after participating in the Colombo Plan, Japan welcomed 15 trainees from Indonesia for the first time. This is something starting point. And Japan became the largest donor to Indonesia, providing 45% of all official development assistance since 1960. And Indonesia is the largest recipient of Japan's ODA, receiving 11.3% of the total amount, providing among 190 countries and regions from 1960 to 2015. The ties between Indonesia and Japan are extremely close that way. So let me go back to the original my topic, which is I would like to present, also share part of my research on Japanese foreign aid, and I argue Japanese foreign aid policy has 6 ideas and strategy for economic development approach. Then I will explain what's the 6 ideas, and also I will explain how that 6 approaches, the ideas was implemented in ODA to Indonesia. And economic development approach means here in Japan, Japanese ODA adopted a request-based approach, which a little bit different now, but like it's based on this. And governments, actually the developing country, had to request the economic development project to Japan's government. And to achieve its economic development approach, Japan's government sent policy advisors to the Indonesian government, and Japanese agency and consulting companies often played a role in identifying and formulating ODA projects. It's the way it's done. So, and then trends-wise, this is how then the Japanese foreign aid actually spent for Indonesia, and you could see the yen loan, not the grant, was more highly the focused, and grant is more likely other donors use for the method-wise, but like Japan actually used the yen loans, and the other countries and OECD sometimes criticize because if you loan means you have to pay back, means like it's not quite humanitarian the method. However, Japan was a developing country after World War II, so that Japan was trying to help out from its experience after the World War II. Because Japan got the loans from the World Bank so that it's payback, and then also try to achieve that rapid economic growth after the World War II. And in 1960s, Japan became the second, second the largest economy in the world. So let me introduce and also discuss about 6 different unique Japanese foreign aid ideas. First, promoting self-help effort system. That, as I explained before, the yen loans actually is the tools to promote this system. What it means that is sustainable development should be achieved by economic cooperation between the local governments and external partners. Local government should increase their capacities to be self-sufficient. in another words, the local participation and efforts are indispensable. So in Indonesian case, again, Japan focused on foreign aid as yen loans, and also invited and also trained the technicians and engineers for implementation of the aid policies. If you see this number, the accumulated numbers from 1960 to 1990, actually from now on, my research was focused on after World War II, 1960 to 1990, just before the Cold War ended. And then try to control the variables so that I try to control the sustainable is the international domestic, the political system. So the figure, the numbers wise, the number of the Japanese specialists, including technicians and researchers, was 13,654. And also the number of these, the Indonesian students who received vocational training was almost 10,000. So a lot of people were back and forth, and also we had a good relationship, and also try to promote the self-help effort system through 48. Next is like a state-led economy and long-term development plan is important. It's something Japan believed and also implemented for them itself too. It's second was seeking mutual interest between Japan and Asian countries. Japan's economic development approach was created based on the idea of sharing prosperity through coexistence. The national interest of Japan and other Asian countries achieved through the economic development approach were not mutually exclusive, but compatible. So what it means by that in Indonesian case, that Japan is trying to secure raw material from Indonesia, like oil. So ODA was used as a means of the increasing access to Indonesian raw material for national interest for Japan. And also Japan, again, spent the ODA project for economic infrastructure, such as construction of transportation, power plants, and telecommunication. So between 1960 and 1990, nearly 47% of the ODA loans was spent on economic infrastructure in Indonesia. So that it's pretty much created the base for economic development in Indonesia. And third, that state-led economy and long-term development plans was important for Japanese foreign aid policy. The active role of government participation in the economy is one of the features of the Japanese development approach. Government intervention is important during the economic crisis, even for developed countries. A government should also prioritize its national interests, especially its long-term economic growth and maintenance of a stable economy. So in Indonesian case, as you know, the President Suharto introduced a 25-year economic development plan. It was a long-term economic plan, and he could implement, also achieve the goal. And also, compared to the Scout Note regime, the previous one, the political and economic system has been liberalized under the Suharto's administration, but yet a state-led economic development strategy was adapted for rapid industrialization. So it means that, yes, it's maybe you could call that the Suharto regime was authoritarian, the government. However, the authoritarian developmental state was established, and also it was important for long-term the economic development policies, also implementation for Indonesia. Because the developmental state provided political stability and long-term national economic planning for economic development in Indonesia. That's why it's important, and maybe some people may argue democracy or the human rights issue is also important. However, in that time, that Indonesia actually prioritized the economic development policy, and also Japan supported that regime. And fourth, is efficient public and private cooperation is important. And why it means like efficient public-private cooperation means that bureaucrats and private cooperation mean that bureaucrats and politicians and business people can work together to achieve national interest. The Shingikai system is the Japanese name, but like one of the characteristics of Japanese politics, Shingikai actually could help out to make laws in Japan too. And Shingikai consists of representatives from the private sector to advise bureaucrats in making feasible and effective policies. This mechanism can incorporate private sector's views into bureaucratic viewpoints so that the efficient public and private cooperation also brings successful implementation of policies. The Shingikai system was also introduced in Japanese ODA policy, so that again helped for the formulating and also implement Japanese foreign aid policy towards Indonesia. And fifth is utilizing the foreign capital and then technology to maximize economic development. Japan economic development approach did not hesitate to use foreign capital and then technology. For example, for the Indonesian case, Japan joined the multilateral and aid group for comprehensible economic development plan in Indonesia. In 1967, the intergovernment group on Indonesia, it's called IGGI, was created by 12 non-communist countries and international organizations to support Indonesian economic development. So Japan tried to negotiate and also created this organization, and then major donors to the IGGI, and Japan committed $50 million to rescue Indonesia from a financial crisis in 1967. And last, the aim to establish an Asian economic bloc. Japan's development approach had been oriented to establish an Asian economic bloc. More than 60% of the Japan's ODA concentrated on Asian countries because Japan used ODA not simply to develop new sources of supply and to open new markets, but it's to integrate the Asian Pacific region under Japan's leadership. It was aimed for. So establishment of the Asian Development Bank is one of them, and prioritize the promote regional economic development. And then head of this ADB actually has been the Japanese banker and also representative from Japan, and promote balanced economic development and expansion of the trade in the regional bloc. So this is the six the ideas and strategies. And if you see this, that time frame from the 1974 to 1990, import was actually, it's increased a lot, well, sometimes decreased a lot, but like still increased, and also export was not exceeded import. So for Japan-wise, again, help out each other and also work together so that Indonesia, Japan could to be economic developmental partnership. Still, right now, and this moment is going on. So this is the summary of the economic development approach that I mentioned about idea. But like, I hope this, well, it's part of my research, and I'm still kind of continuing how the ideas and also how has been changed after the Cold War was over. But like, you see this, the idea was pretty much continued, a little bit changed, but I think it's Japanese foreign aid was actually influenced by the ideas, and I feel that important still for the current to analyze the Japanese foreign aid policy. So Indonesia became, well, it's becoming one of the very strong the economy policy, economic power in the world. So I hope in the future, Japan and Indonesia could have a partnership to promote the peace and prosperity in the world. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Yukiko, for giving such an informative and comprehensive presentation. Please, once again, give a round of applause to the expertise of the field. All right, you may have a seat first. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there is such information from the committee that we will take a 10-minute break. So the participants and also for the invited speakers and all distinguished guests can enjoy the coffee break. And later, after 10 minutes, we'll be back to the second panel discussion with the second speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Andi. Thank you so much. Please enjoy the coffee break, ladies and gentlemen.
An elderly, a grandma, still drank, um, still drank wine or arrack, and then enjoyed cigarette, also enjoyed sweet birthday cake. All of these things actually harm our good health. This is not good for our health. But what happened? You know, the grandma still looks very healthy. She even celebrated her 102nd birthday. So bad things result in good things. To me, it is a paradox. This is what I'm going to talk about. Okay, I would like to start my presentation with prologue. In general, Paradoxes are statements that contradict to each other, which cannot be true in common sense, but which in fact can occur. According to Mageda 2024, Mageda Shaba 2024, paradoxes are thought-provoking statements or situations that seem self-contradictory or ionic, while Wikipedia defines a paradox as a logically self-contradictory statement or a statement that runs contrary to one's expectation. Last but not least, I quoted Steve Lee, 2021. He claimed a paradox is a state of affairs in which two contradictory claims are both true. In our daily life, the paradox commonly happen. They also take place in democratic presidential election in Indonesia. As you know, that Indonesia is one of the countries that is labeled as a democratic one. In fact, it is claimed to be one of the largest democratic countries in the world. According to Civic Academy 2024, the features of democracy are respect for basic human rights, a multi-party political system paired with political tolerance, democratic voting system, respect for the rule of law, democratic governance, and citizen participation. The question is, whether Indonesia government has those signs of democracy. The answer is yes, of course it does. Supposedly, the clearer the signs of democracy, the more convincing its implementation. If it is not the case, it is called a paradox. When it is related to democracy, it is named democratic paradox. Democratic paradox is a government that has democratic characteristics in the world of politics and government, but in practice, it turns out to be undemocratic in democracy. In other words, undemocratic democracy is called democratic paradox. It is what happens in Indonesian democracy. Here are some examples of democratic paradoxes in Indonesia, especially in the president election 2019. The first one is unsealed ballot boxes from 6,474 polling stations. To me, unsealed ballot boxes against the rule of being democratic. The principle of democracy, free and fair election, and respect for the rule of law are not fulfilled. It is undemocratic and a paradox. It was very possible that fraud or unfairness occurred at the time. And then the 9 days late of voter list update. It sounds like it could be normal, but in democratic election where everything must be well organized, this incident must be suspected as an unfairness because it harms another presidential candidate. Moreover, the incumbent candidate is determined to win the election. The third proof is allegation fraud in vote recapitulation, which is systemic and massive. The word allegation is used to fulfill legal rules. Actually, that's a fact. However, it is useless to bring a lawsuit to court because the General Election Commission and the election supervisory body, court and police are already controlled by the authorities. It is undemocratic and happen in democracy, so it is called a democratic paradox. The next one is the number of election management officers who were affected by the disaster was 91 people died. Then another 374 were very sick. This national disaster seemed to occur naturally. People felt it was a strange incident. It never happened in the previous election. Election officials became so many victims in such a close time in the election process. It is most likely related to 9 days late of voter list update and allegation fraud in vote recapitulation, which is systemic and massive. Election officials felt very extremely tired and stressed because they had to win the presidential candidate that the authorities wanted by any means, and this was against the conscience. It is a democratic paradox. The next proof is ballot had been punched before the election. The suspicion, based on widely circulated news and videos, in democracy it is a paradox. Last but not least, in the 2019 election, midnight announcement of presidential victory. It is unusual, you know. Democracy is characterized by openness and fairness. Moreover, midnight is not a normal working day. It is a cunning trick and a paradox. Next, some proof of the democratic paradox in the 2024 election. All right. The first one, engineering the rules to pass the candidacy of Gibran as a vice president. As you know, that Gibran is a son of the empowered president at that time. Actually, he does not meet the nomination requirements. However, the rules were engineered by the Chief Justice of Constitutional Court, who was his uncle. It was one of the hottest controversies. Foreign media called Gibran's candidacy forced as a Nepo baby. The next one, the open and active partiality, or they call it cawi-cawi, yeah, of the empowered president toward a certain presidential candidate. The ruling president's partiality with the presidential and vice presidential candidate he likes openly, actively, and unlawfully really violates the principle of democracy. It's, of course, undemocratic and a paradox. The next one is the partiality of General Election Commission and election supervisory body to the likable presidential candidate. Of course, it is also undemocratic and a paradox. The system of vote counting at the general election is detrimental to the result got by another candidate apart from the candidate supported by the empowered president. Deliberately engineering system and vote counting machine to benefit certain side is unfair and undemocratic. Last but not least, certain side, for example, the chair of General Election Commission, election supervisor body, chair of political parties, and high-rank officials who have the potential to determine the victory of a presidential candidate are threatened to be processed in court if they do not support certain candidate who will surely be the puppets of the ruling president. Taking side unfairly in election is against the basic principle of democracy. It is a paradox. The lack of democracy in the presidential election was also demonstrated by the fear of the media, especially TV stations, whether privately owned, let alone government-owned, reporting the paradoxes of democracy in the election. The absence of press freedom is not a characteristic of a democratic country. Edward Espinel and Marcus Meissner, 2019, in their article entitled "The Paradox of Indonesian Democracy," wrote, "The 2019 Indonesian election confirmed that this country's status as a competitive electoral democracy and the trend of decreasing the quality of democracy. In fact, the paradoxes of democracy have long been commonplace in Indonesia election and in government, not just in the last two elections. However, they have occurred strikingly in this reform era only in the last two elections. Concerning this, there are quite a lot of allusions from observers and political experts about democracy in Indonesia. Some say it is authoritarian democracy. Others say authoritarianism with the face of democracy, or authoritarian populist pro-oligarchy. And the other one say authoritarianism with the domestic of democracy. Whatever it is, this hypocrisy aims to create a political dynasty. All right, now I came to my closing remarks. Based on the evidence from the implementation of several presidential elections in Indonesia, it was proved that many democratic paradoxes occur. These democratic paradoxes take place in a country that is proud of being democracy, even one of the largest. Is Indonesia still called a democratic country if this country wants to carry out reforms in many aspects? I think that's all my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Andy. What an informative and comprehensive presentation. Thank you very much. You may have a seat. All right. After we know about the comprehensive outlook of the policy review on presidential elections, now it's time for us to have a questions and answers session. Due to time of limitation, so perhaps we only have one sessions of question and answer. So we need 3 persons. Perhaps if you mind or if you wish to questions, please just using the microphone on the middle of the, what we call it, in the middle of the room, right? In the middle of the room, you can using that microphone and state your name and also to whom you would like to address your questions. All right, is that clear? Okay, well, let me count down. Then after that, you just raise your hands and this would be, I'm going to select the 3 questions. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Is there any questions on the floors? All right, 1 there. Okay, you may use the microphone directly. Don't forget to mention your name and also your department and also to whom you would like to address your questions. Thank you.
Check. Okay. So thank you for the opportunity coming from the two actors that have been delivered about some of a presentation. First of all, that's been an honor to be attended to this forum. So first of all, good morning for everyone. I'm Devri Gustiawarman, a student from Universitas Sriwijaya, coming from Department of International Relations. So my questions is, for the second presentations, that sir is talking about the democracy paradox that still exists in our country, Indonesia. So my question is, Indonesia is one of the biggest democracy country, and democracy is still exists in our country. Does the paradox of democracy that exists in this country that makes us as a people to see the perspective about democracy and how the government itself? So my question is, does the democracy still being the best our country system, and does the democracy still being able to be implementation in the country of Indonesia? I think that's all for me. Thank you.
Wow, what a heavy question perhaps. That's also the question for all of us, right? Questioning whether we are ready to be democratic country, sir, because there's so many fraud that you've been presented in your paper. We're going to answer that directly, or we would like to open for another question perhaps. Okay, Another question, please. Is there any? Oh, sure. Sir, you may go to the centers of the room and using the microphone. Don't forget, stated your name and also your institutions and to whom you address question. Thank you.
Test. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Saidi Nur. I'm coming from Department of Master of Public Administration. I want to ask to Professor Kuramoto. First of all, thank you for the insightful presentation on the historical analysis of Japanese foreign aid to Indonesia. Given the significant impact of Japan official development assistance on various sectors in Indonesia, especially in economics, what do you think on the future prospect of this aid? Specifically, are there any new plans or projects that Japan plans to focus to further the support Indonesia development goals, particular in the context of sustainable development and technological advancement? Thank you.
What a great question. Thank you very much. Give a round of applause. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for your information, that this conference also broadcast in the international platform, in an online platform. So before that, I'd like to question to the committee, is there any question from the online platform? Or perhaps the dean asked me to greet the participant in the online. Is it possible for us to greet them? All right. Wow, here are the participants in the online platform. Okay, is there any questions in the chat box? All right, seeing none, perhaps I'd like to questions Mrs. Yukiko. There's a lot of changings of the motive from Japan when trying to give such aid to Indonesia. For instance, like it happened in economic interest in 1990, and then after that, Japan making a different strategic approach to Indonesia, like they're using a humanitarian approach as the purpose of the aid. And also in the 2015, there is an agreement and also the cooperation in the military. So what do you think about, that's related to Pak Sadinor questions. Is there a new plan from Japan and also different approach to Indonesia to create a better understanding and also cooperation between these two countries? What do you think about these transformations of the motives and also the interests of Japan itself? Thank you. Ms. Kuramoto, you may answer the questions. Yes, of course.
Thank you very much for the questions on Japanese foreign aid policy, and for great questions. And I have been watching, and I think it's the strategy itself is not quite that different. Even because I think it's Japan trying to promote sustainable development in Asia and also close ties with Indonesia. But the difference is, after 1990, balance of power in Asia has been changed. It means that China became one of the great economic power, not only in Asia, but also in the world. So we have been close ties and also try to help out each other to build the very basement or some good foundation for economic development in Indonesia. But now we have to compete against China. It means we like to help for the technology, or we could have the innovation together. However, of course, Indonesian government to choose which country is better. And I see the Indonesian president visited China. So again, I hope that Indonesian government and also you, citizens, or could input, or maybe we could have a more future together, so that again China may suggest or may offer a cheaper or less expensive economic development project, but our Japanese company and also a public partnership will again to offer not only a good price but also a good quality project. So I hope that not just the prospect, but I hope in the new Indonesian government could choose Japan. Thank you.
Wow, that's what a nice answer from Mrs. Kuramoto. Now, let's proceed to the last questions given by Devri, addressed to Mr. Andi, questioning about, are we ready to be a democratic country? Because you already highlight so many fraud in our systems. If the answer is yes, so what the ideal structure that needs to be implemented for Indonesia to be the best democratic country? Please, Mr. Andi.
All right, thank you. Yeah, Devri, yeah, the student from International Relations. Thank you for the question. I know just now, yeah, you saw there are so many paradoxes, yeah, that happen in the world of democracy, yeah. And then you ask whether Indonesia is still a democratic country. In formal way, of course it is. It is still democratic, yeah, democratic country. But the quality of democracy, you know, is very low. Maybe you can experience, yeah, some events that you see in daily life. So yes, it is still a democratic country, but the quality is not that good. And if Indonesia, yeah, still wants to be called as a democratic country, as I suggest before, that Indonesia has to do some reforms in all aspects of life. I think that's my answer. Thank you.
All right, that's a very detailed answer to the question, Mr. Andi. So, ladies and gentlemen, I thought that we already reached the final discussions. Or is there any questions, perhaps? Because we still have 15 minutes, time to 11. All right, that's a very nice and excellent point also from Mrs. Yukiko. Thought that, yeah, Japan is very consistent to fostering the economic development in Indonesia. And there's one word that needs to be highlighted. Please concern about the quality instead of the price. That's a very strong argument, right? Because we see that nowadays there is a lot of changing as well in the approach in the economic development from Indonesian government. And also there is a very interesting approach, because on the previous administrations of the Jokowi, we're not really interested in the BRICS bloc. But nowadays, Prabowo, a day after the presidential elections, the foreign ministry already proposing for the full membership in the BRICS, that we all know that the BRICS is Russia and China play the important role in that bloc. So perhaps what been mentioned by Mrs. Yukiko shown to us that Japan is consistently and also continue to help Indonesia to foster the process of the state-led economy, and also for the future Japan still see Asian bloc as important and prominent as well to Japan. And also we believe that this relations is not dependent style, but it is the interdependence, because we all know that the relations are very mutual. Indonesia can get the political stability because of the help of the economic assistance, and also Japan can also fulfilling their raw materials for their industry as well. So I hope in the future, and also we all hope that Japan still become the prominent partner for Indonesia. And also in the democratic sphere, I see that Japan also, because Japan is share the same value in ideology of democracy, so I thought that Japan still can be a prominent partner for Indonesia to build the best structure for democracy. And we hope that this paradox can be erased little by little in the next future. And we believe for all of you as the researchers and also for the students can create a better future and sustainable condition for Indonesia and also for Japan and also for all over the world to maintain the stability and also to maintain the peaceful condition for all of us, hopefully. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I thought that apparently, because of due to limited of time, we need to end our discussions. Some selected remaining question maybe from the chat box or any other platform can be sent to the committees so that the speakers can select and also answer via email perhaps. Professor, is that possible? For the rest of the question will be sent it to the email if yes. Yeah, sure. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally come to the end part of this panel discussions. All right, before I close the session, I would like to invite the speakers to give us some short closing remarks, please. Mrs. Yukiko and also Pak Andi. Would you have some thought to close, closing remarks? Yeah.
Thank you very much again, terima kasih, for this great opportunity to be here and also share with you about this experience. I hope we, Japan and of course Indonesia and Japan, could really have a great partnership for the future. Again, yes, let's work together for that great future. Thank you.
Thank you for the concise closing remarks. And also Pak Andi?
All right. Being democratic is good, because it is the best, I think, philosopher in politics and government. But to be democracy, yes, you have to follow the characteristic of democracy. So don't make the quality is very low. Thank you.
Agree. Thank you so much, Mr. Andi and Mrs. Yukiko. Please give round of applause for the two experts of the speakers. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the speakers, Mr. Andi and Mrs. Yukiko, for their informative and interesting presentation, and also to all the participants for their active participation. Please, once again, give applause for the speakers and for all of you all. Thank you. I should remind everyone that we will be seeing you again on the second part of the panel discussions. So see you all later and thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Over to you, Miss MC.
Mentari terbenam, temani dalam kesendirianku, temani aku dalam kepedihan ini, ku bertahan. Mentari terbenam, beri semangat baru untuk jiwaku, beri kicauan merdu untuk hidupku ini, ku bertahan. Aku pasti bisa menikmati semua dan menghadapinya. Aku yakin pasti bisa.
Professor Kuramoto Yukiko, Associate Professor Dr. Andy Alfati, MPA, and Ms. Sari.
The second session of presentation and discussion will be moderated by our moderator, Ms. Anissa Rahmawati, SICOM, MICOM. Allow me to read her short biography. Ms. Anissa Rahmawati is a lecturer of Communication Science, Department VII, Sriwijaya University. She pursued her magister degree, MICOM, from Master's Program in Communication Science, Padjadjaran University. She writes, teach and research in new media studies, political economy of media, youth culture. Ladies and gentlemen, let's us welcome our moderator, Ms. Anissa Rahmawati.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. The Honorable Rector of Sriwijaya University, in this case represented by the Vice Rector for Planning and Corporations, Professor Dr. Engineering Insinyur Haji Joni Arliansyah MT, the Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Professor Dr. Alfitri MSI, all levels of university leadership, distinguished speakers, and also participants who attend on-site and also virtually through the Zoom meetings. It is an honorable chance for me to being a moderator for you, to welcome you to the second sessions of the VII International Conference on Social Sciences and Humanities. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, inequalities in access and also opportunities are driven by the structural power dynamics seen in educations and also international trade. Rural and urban disparity limited the students for several opportunities, while also the global trade itself or the global power imbalance affect the smaller economics. Addressing this challenge requires inclusive policies for equitable development. Our speakers today will be discussed about these issues and for a more balanced, inclusive futures. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I would like to invite our two outstanding speakers to the stage. Let's give a warm round of applause for Professor Dr. Kim Soo-il and also Professor Dr. Muhammad Mazan Awang. Okay. Whew. Okay, Professor Dr. Kim Soo-il, how's life going today? Fine? Okay, thank you. It's an honor for me to see you today, and also an honor for us, every single of us in the room today. And I hear that isn't your first time to visit Palembang.
Not actually, this is my third visit.
How many times have you visited Palembang? And is there any differences in this visit? Is there any differences that you feel in this visit?
I don't feel so. I'm always very comfortable here.
It's comfortable. How about the weather?
Yeah, comfortable also.
Comfortable also. Okay, and then for Professor Dr. Muhammad Mazan Awang, how's life going today, Professor? Alhamdulillah, fine. Do you have a great sleep last night? And also nice food, okay? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before inviting Professor Dr. Kim Soo-il to deliver his presentations, Let me briefly read his profile. Professor Dr. Kim Soo-il has an academic career spanning over 3 decades. Remark him as a distinguished scholar and leader in international relations and East Asian studies. He has served as both dean and also professor at the Busan University of Foreign Studies, and now holds the title of Professor Emeritus. Professor Kim has held numerous esteemed roles, including Honorary Consul of Indonesia in Busan, Policy Advisors of South Korea, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ambassador of South Korea to Timor-Leste. Today, we are honored to hear his insight on the rise and fall of the international trades. Let's give a warm round of applause to Professor Dr. Kim Soo-il. Professor Dr. Kim Soo-il, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
It's a great honor for me to be part of this very prestigious conference. Actually, it's not very usual for me to speak in English on such an occasion, as some of you already are aware. I majored in Malay Indonesian language at university times, so I usually prefer speaking in Indonesia rather than in English. But I will today just try, as I asked, to make presentation in English. I will address a theme address a theme on international trade. What are the motivations of the international trade? Why the countries and then companies support international free trade, actually. And then we will also review the cycle happening between the protectionist trade order and free trade order. It's taking turns in forms of a cycle. And then recently we have witnessed also what almost collapse of new liberal trade economy, which has lasted almost 4 decades since the end of Cold War in 1990s. Why the collapse of a new liberal trade policy, which we had so admired over long period of time, and then which had provided so significant benefit to the development of many countries, including Korea, and then especially China, Vietnam, and Indonesia. Why the new liberal trade policy collapsed? And what are the implications of this collapse on the life of not only on the national interest, national trade interest on countries, but also on the companies and also even on the level of individuals. There are implications, impact of international trade on very close, very actually significant implication. Because of the substantial implication of international trade functioning on our individual and company and national life, we have to always observe the changes and the changes of international trade. And then based on our analysis on the changes, we have to develop strategies how to respond to the changes in international trade order. Jadi itu penting sekali apa pengaruh terhadap trade in international pada itu hidup, bukan hanya di dimensi individu, tetapi perusahaan juga negara. Karena itu kita harus itu selalu itu selalu harus itu melihat itu mengenai itu perubahan ini tertib trade international. What are the causes making the changes happen in international trade order? Apa penyebab yang itu yang merupakan itu ya international trade order? So far we have had a strong faith in the solidity, firmness, strength of international trade. Kita ada kepercayaan kuat pada sebenarnya tertib trade international sampai sekarang. Kita percaya itu memang susah itu apa di collapse. We hadn't expected that trade order, international trade order in the form of international treaty will not easily paralyzed or will not easily collapse or will not easily be stopped. Kita tidak bayangkan itu akan international trade order itu akan dimusnahkan. Kita tidak pikir itu. Tetapi kita sekarang, but before our eyes now, we see the international trade order. As I just mentioned, neoliberal trade order now is hiding away in the wake of recently the serious trade conflict between China and US. Jadi sekarang kita lihat itu international liberal trade order itu sekarang sudah wah itu tergoyang itu, tergoncang itu. Oh, jadi akibat konflik antara Amerika dan China. Yang saya mau, what I want to convey to all participants is that international trade order is nothing. Even it had seemed so solid and irrevocable, unbreakable. Tetapi itu sekarang kita lihat itu pecah. Itu nothing international trade. Di depan political conflict, berarti international trade order itu nothing. It is a kind of subordinate to the international political order. Jadi hari ini kita menyadari bahwa international trade order itu jauh itu di bawah, inferior to the international political order. Kalau itu ada geopolitical conflict, dispute, trade order itu langsung dihilangkan. Itu yang kita hari ini menyadari itu. Berdasarkan kita punya observasi itu hasil observasi sekarang konflik China sama Amerika. Yang menentukan itu kita juga harus ada hari ini kesadaran, awakening. We need to have an awakening on ini apa? Awakening ini adalah bahwa international political order, international economic order itu semua hasil ciptaan superpower. Korea, Jepang, Jerman tidak bisa buat apa-apa. Itu cuma superpower. Itu nasib kita yang di luar itu dua superpower itu. Kalau begitu, yang paling penting itu how we have to respond to such a challenges and changes. How we have to respond. Itu penting. Jadi bagaimana sekarang terjadi sudah ini yang trade war sudah terjadi. Bagaimana Indonesia harus respond? Itu yang penting. Itu misi social scientist seperti saya yang memberi prescription. Itu the mission of social scientist to make prescription. How to protect our own national interest under the current conflicting under the current system of conflict between two superpowers. Jadi kesimpulannya, ya kita Indonesia, Korea juga sama, Jepang juga sama. Itu dalam situasi seperti ini, bagaimana kalau menurut bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu di sini? Jadi ya itu kita itu harus itu expand bilateral trade relation called free trade agreement. Tadi itu FTA seperti itu. Kita harus expand. Indonesia needed to expand the territory of a free trade area. That's the only solution for the time being. Okay. Thank you so much. I will. Terima kasih.
Okay, please give a round of applause to Professor Dr. Kim Soo-il for the delivery of his presentations. Okay, Prof. Kim Soo-il, I take note of several things that you have already said, and one of the notable notes that I wrote here is the missions of social science is to make a distinctions for the country itself, for Indonesia, untuk membuat perubahan.
Ini apa howlingnya, mic-nya?
Oh, mic is echoing, yeah. My
baik,
voice,
jangan-
okay,
jangan-
yes. Oke, baik. Jadi tadi catatan dari Prof. Kim, salah satunya adalah ada quote, the missions of social sciences is to make a distinctions, prescriptions. Expand the free trade area is becoming one of the solutions that you over here, Professor. You can.
Yeah. So I introduce actually through my papers the forms of international cooperation and trade. Some existing on the level of globe, and some on the level of region, yeah, some on the level of bilateral, yeah, forms of cooperation and international trade, yeah. So sekarang antara yang format itu ya, 3 format itu ya, global form of cooperation. Global punya itu yang seperti WTO itu sudah tidak function lagi secara normal. Jadi sekarang kita harus perhatikan itu format kerja ya, international trade itu dalam bentuk itu bilateral begitu. Bilateral atau itu yang subregional begitu, seperti ASEAN ya. Dari Korea, Indonesia, Jepang, Indonesia, Perancis, itu penting sekarang.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kim Soo-il. Okay, next we're gonna move to the next keynote speakers. I would like to invite our second speakers, Professor Dr. Muhammad Mazanang Awang. But first, allow me to read the brief profile of Professor Dr. Muhammad Mazanang Awang. Professor Muhammad Mazanang Awang is a professor in education in Malaysia, currently serving as the Dean of the Faculty of Education at University Kebangsaan Malaysia. He holds a Doctor of Philosophy from the University of Dundee, Scotland, United Kingdom, and he specialized in sociology of educations, community educations, and also history educations, with an extensive research focus on rural educations and also community well-being. He has published numerous papers and articles in the field of educations and sociology, and also active in various research projects related to educations and community development. Today, we are honored to hear his insight on socio-educational support gaps between rural and also urban communities in Malaysia. Let's give a warm round of applause to Professor Dr. Muhammad Mazanang Awang. Professor, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon everyone. So my abang saya ni, Professor Kim. Professor Kim had experience serving in my university, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, when I was in a primary school. He was in Malaysia in 1983, 87, and then he got kids in Malaysia. And then after, I think, more than 30 years left, then we meet today. I'm happy meeting with Professor Kim. He is very good in Bahasa Melayu and Bahasa Indonesia. So I very happy to see him today to talk in this very memorable event. Dear participants, speakers, and my topics, I choose the topic social educational support gaps between rural and urban communities in Malaysia. Saya akan bercakap banyak berkaitan dengan beza-beza di antara rural dan urban, terutama dalam konteks Malaysia. Ya, perkenalkan dahulu Universitas Kebangsaan Malaysia. Slide please. Belum slide ya. Itu ya. Perkenal UKM now is the ranking dunianya. We are on the 138, the world university ranking, the best. We achieve that ranking from 159 to 138. So it's a very challenging for us to make sure that our university is still up at very good standard of quality. So this is UKM at the moment. So going to my topic today is that social educational support gaps between rural and urban communities in Malaysia. We look at the situation in Malaysia now. I think in most countries at the moment, the urbanization rate has tripled from approximately 28.4% in 1970 to 75% in 2020. You see the urbanization in Malaysia, and then we look at the graph there. You look at the bar graph. Can you get bigger? The bar graph, make it one slide. So urbanization in Malaysia keep increasing. You can see there, 1991, only 7% urban area. And then up to 2020, nearly more than 20% has been urbanized. So during Prof. Kim, in Malaysia, the urban, bandar hanya sekitar less than 5%. So in Bangi, there was no traffic congestions, no monorails, no big buildings. There were very small populations there. But now, if you go there, you will see total different environment there. So most of the Malaysia, 20% of the population areas are urbanized now. Sorry, the same slide, please. The same slide, go back. All right. Look at the Sabah dan Sarawak. Malaysia kecil. Malaysia is a very small country. We just have two lands, the West Malaysia and also East Malaysia. Sabah and Sarawak also keep increasing, but if compared to Semenanjung, Sabah and Sarawak is not as rapid as Semenanjung Malaysia. Most of the areas in Sabah Sarawak are still urban, rural areas. So why I'm talking about urbanization? Because it has a great impact of our life. Go to the next slide, please. We can see in details here. See 2024 now, Malaysian populations. You just imagine, in Malaysia we just have 35 million, 35 juta sahaja rakyat. If compared to Indonesia, siapa tahu? Who knows how many rakyat ataupun population in Indonesia at the moment? How many? 281 juta. If compared to Malaysia, we just have 35 juta rakyat Malaysia. Jadi kalau 35 juta, saya fikir Palembang saja. Mungkin. Jadi population kami tidak ramai. Kalau kita compare, if compared to China, China 1.28 billion. India 1 billion. South Korea 51 million. Double up from Malaysia. Okay, Japan 124 million. If we compare to Pakistan, 240 million. Brazil 216 million. So Malaysia is a very considerably okay. For the population only just around less than 30 million. Because we have a small land, smaller if compared to Indonesia. Look at the world population, 8 billion. So make sure that our students and all the siswa knows that in this world, we have only 8 billion people. And the urban population, you can see, 27 million are living in urban areas. The rest, they are living in different areas. But the numbers are keep increasing. 70 million, now 35 million. So the numbers are keep increasing. We go to the next slide, the statistics of Malaysia, for your information. Go to the next slide, please. So this is Malaysia. You can see 34 million Malaysian population with the several statistics there. Next slide, please. If you go to number of school in Malaysia, next slide. This is the school in Malaysia. Sabah and Sarawak got many more schools if compared to other states. And also I want to share with you that the schools in Malaysia, because when we are talking about social education support, we need to know the school calendars. In Malaysia, we have around 50 days of school holidays. We started this year, March 10, 2024, begin school, and then we start break in May. The first break. The second break, 13th of September, and then 20th of December, and then going on December. So these are important dates for many parents to spend their time. And in Malaysia, we have many public holidays. We celebrate Deepavali, so the school closed. We celebrate also Hari Raya Aidilfitri, Hari Raya Aidil Adha. We celebrate many big occasions. So Malaysia quite many public holidays in Malaysia. Some businessmen, they feel that, oh, Malaysia got many public holidays, how to work there? So we have many public holidays. We work 5 days a week. I don't know, in Indonesia, 5 days a week as well. 5 days a week. Sometimes 5, sometimes 6. In Malaysia, we are working 5 days per week. So 2 days we are paid to have a rest. So most of them, they are coming to Indonesia to spend Malaysian ringgit, I think. So why I'm telling this? Because we want to show that the social educational support process in Malaysia especially. So this is the process. My works are muchly influenced by by Bronfenbrenner theory on ecological system theory. And I do believe that our behavior are influenced by environment. The environment usually will shape human behavior, and our interactions will shape our culture. Seperti macam di Indonesia, the culture-nya berbeza. Di Indonesia, culture-nya berbeza. Kalau ada event, rakyat Indonesia gemar berpakaian hampir sama. Pakai ada suit yang sama, baju yang sama. Kalau kita pergi semalam, saya datang ke sini, satu ramai kumpulan umroh dari Indonesia. Hampir 80% pakai uniform sama saja. That is the culture. The culture, the connectivity among Indonesians. That's why Indonesians, they are very, very good to entertain people. You treat us like a king, you know. Every time I came to Indonesia, you are so kind. Memang bagus sekali rakyat Indonesia sambutannya. So difference. The environment, yeah, this is credit. You need to remain that one. That's your good point. You need to remain that one. And also Indonesia has a very good culture to look of how do we feel when we come to, when visitors come to Indonesia. So the environment shape human behavior. So we go to urban and rural area, the environment in urban and the environment in rural totally different. People who live in urban area, they live in high-rise building, flats, apartment, condominium. The interaction is limited. If we compare to people who live in rural area, they live in village, they live in very close relation. Their support to education is totally different. That is why when we look at the educational achievement between rural and urban, we will see differences. But we don't surprise because people who live in urban areas, usually they will get better support in terms of academics matters. Let's say they don't know, they have a very poor in in mathematics. They will go for tuitions. And then there will be tutors teach them separately. If we live in rural area, difficult to find tutors. There is no tuition center in rural areas. But all of us are taking the same examinations. Kita sama ambil examination nasional. Duduk, kemudian lihat result. Waduh, matematika di bandar lebih bagus berbanding di rural area. Kenapa? Support berbeda. Bila support berbeda nanti, kumpulan yang memasuki universitas juga beda-beda. Maka yang dapat better support will get better opportunities. And then the gaps bigger. So this is my area, looking at the gaps. What happened to the population when the gaps are becoming wider? becoming wider. So good academic achievement will give a different environment. Let's say in this room, I don't know how many of you comes from rural and how many of you comes from urban area. Even those who are living in rural area, when their family got better education, they send their kids to the nearest city to get support. Got tuitions and then hire personal tutors, and then for sure the result will be different. I think better for us to do some social experiments. Those students come from different areas, put in one place, let them study, and then we can look their real academic achievement without any additional support. So we go to the next slide, looking at the struggle of people who live in rural area. So based on my research, I conducted so many research for people who live in rural area, yang tinggal di kawasan rural. Saya beri kesimpulan ada 4 ciri, 4 problems, 4 challenges, 4 cabaran kepada mereka yang tinggal di rural areas. Yang pertama, economic barriers. Economic barriers, people who live in rural areas, they need to work to support their parents to get income. Mereka kena pergi kalau lurahan kelurahan kalau ke sawah padi itu. Kena bertugas menjadi karyawan, membantu ibu bapanya bertugas. Pada masa yang sama pulang dari sekolah mereka terpaksa belajar. Beda dengan di bandar. Begitu juga limited access to education. Nowadays, we are talking about artificial intelligence. How many students who live in rural area, they are very good in artificial intelligence technology. They even don't know. In my time, we go to the physical library. Prof Kim time also pergi ke perpustakaan satu persatu. Kemudian zaman berubah. Zaman berubah kepada yahoo.com. Kemudian zaman berubah sikit kepada Google. Berubah lagi kepada Google Scholar. Kemudian berubah lagi kepada sekarang artificial intelligence. Tanya saja, bikin aku satu artikel jurnal, langsung dapat. Bikin aku satu teks ucapan, langsung dikeluar dalam bahasa Indonesia. Langsung semua keluar. Sejauh mana perbezaan ini ditangani oleh universitas juga. Public lecture like this, one day will be replaced by robots. People just put robot here and then program, put it, and then the robot will talk regarding the programs, ideas. One day they will do it. Kalau kita lihat di negara-negara lain, bicara-bicara sebegini mesti digantikan dengan online dan semua sekali yang bercakap hologram ataupun the robot machines. I use artificial intelligence in my work as well, but I think the young generation use more than us. Please, for the lecturers, now yang senior lecturers, please understand the changes ini, perubahan yang besar. Saya pagi tadi bercakap dengan Prof Kim. Prof Kim menggunakan satu kata-kata yang saya rasa macam harus didengari. Dia kata semiconductors adalah beras kepada industri. Do you know what semiconductors mean? Siapa boleh faham? Apa itu semiconductors? Semiconductors adalah beras kepada industri kini dan semasa dan menjadi punca kepada konflik antara bangsa. Mana-mana negara yang memiliki semiconductors yang banyak pasti akan dilihat oleh negara-negara maju. Semiconductors, saya bagi contoh adalah chip. Dalam poket kita ni banyak kartu kan. Ada chip-chip itu adalah salah satu semiconductors. To what extent that Unsri Universitas Sriwijaya aware about this, and how many of you are students here aware about semiconductors and how it affect our life later. And then also I'm thinking of kalau begini keadaannya, what happened to people who are living in rural area too far from us? Again, the technological limitation. We started. How many of you got password in your laptop? We need to remember the Google password. We need to remember the keywords, the password of bank account. There are so many passwords. And now we change to the biological or biometric. Go to look at our face. When you do put on makeup, difficult for the phone to recognize you. So how many password? And then payah kita hidup sekarang ini sebab too much things that need to memorize. So technological limitations. Ini becomes another issue for people who live in rural area. Inadequate infrastructure for sure. People in the world are talking about the sky technology. kan, Tesla, teknologi, Elon Musk sudah launchur yang banyak-banyak di dunia sana. Tapi kita masih lagi bermain dengan teknologi perparitan, air enggak cukup, internet tidak laju, electricity masih limited. So that is the rural areas. Okay, go to the next. What are the challenging areas for urban people? Go to next. So these are social education support challenges faced by urban community. For sure, economic inequality. Lelakinya lain dapat wang, yang perempuannya lain dapat wang. Economic inequality. People who live in flat, totally different mereka yang berada di kawasan-kawasan yang landed housing. And then access kepada economic to pay for Apple. Some people here, can you raise how many of you use iPhone? Okay. And then use Samsung. So it will show the differences between us that makes economic inequality. Keperluan-keperluan ekonomi beda-beda. Apalagi when we go to hospital. You go to general hospital, you will get different treatment. If we compare, we go to private hospital. If you want to get fast, usually you go to private hospital. But when you go for private, they also have a limitations. If you want to get a better health support and treatment, usually we go to general hospital. But you need to wait, you need to queue. So economic inequality occurs in urban area. Behavioral issues and classroom management. You go to school in urban area, you will face different environment if you go to urban. Urban people are totally different with rural people. They have different characters because they got many influence from many areas. And then teacher retention and support also. If you ask teachers who are living in urban areas, dia, waduh pusing ini semua mau dibayar ini. Hantar anak jam 7.30, jam 8 mau masuk kantor. Udah pusingnya. Jadi jam berapa mau turun? Jam 5 bangun, lepas tu macet lagi. Kemudian hantar anak di sekolah 1, hantar anak sekolah 2, langsung masuk office, lewat. Jadi bos datang, kenapa lewat? Itulah dia punya well-being of teachers in urban areas is different if you compare to teachers who are serving in rural areas. Rural areas pula isunya adalah nak ke sekolah mungkin infrastrukturnya tidak bagus. Di bandar infrastrukturnya bagus, tapi stres. Di Palembang saja from one point to one point it take more than 30 minutes. Just imagine if you have kids to send to school, 3 kids, you will be late every day to your office. So this is the process of living in rural area. Teachers retention and then social issues and community violence. Ini biasa. Ada jenayah banyak berlaku di kawasan bandar sebab populationnya tinggi. Kalau di Malaysia, we just have around 30 million. You just imagine Indonesia has nearly 300 million people, 300 million characters, 300 million different needs, 300 million different faces. You just imagine. And then we fight the same resources. Resources are limited. Kita berebut benda yang sama. Even parking pun berebut. Itu pun sudah stres. Okay, go to the next. Look at the comparison between urban and rural. Okay, this is the comparison between. Access to resources, we can say that urban have better access if we compare to rural area. Rural area often struggles with limited resources. Even kalau keluar bandar, untuk mendapat networks, telefon lane, internet, very limited. Loading saja kan. The urban better access in terms of that resources. Teacher quality and availability. Urban area, urban school usually attract more quality teachers because there are more opportunities who serve in urban areas. But for those who have in rural area, a higher proportion of inexperienced teacher. Guru-guru yang baru didaftar langsung diposting lah, kamu mengajar jauh daripada city center, 30, 40 kilometer. Jadi guru-guru yang berada di rural area biasanya tidak ada banyak pengalaman. Udah 10 tahun baru dipindah masuk ke kota. Itu adalah situasi yang berlaku. The next socio-economic factors, poverty in both areas. We cannot say that rural areas are poorer if compared to urban. No, poor in the city. You go from this hotel, you will see There are so many poor people in the city as well. They are struggling to survive in the urban areas. Impact of technology, yeah, I talked already. And then behavior management in school, many behavioral challenges reported. In rural area, dropout issues, ponteng sekolah. Ponteng-ponteng ni banyak berlaku. Tak pergi ke sekolah kerana satu, tidak upaya wang. Yang kedua, bantu ibu bapanya. Yang ketiga, kerana mereka tidak hilang interest. Kalau sudah membilang pun tak boleh, membaca tidak boleh, ingat mahu pergi sekolah. Umur sudah 15 tahun tapi membaca pun susah. For sure, they have lack of motivation. And then finally, academic, usually good literacy and numeracy if compared to rural areas. So go to the next slide, please. So I'm introducing several strategies to bridge the socio-educational support between rural and urban areas. We need to enhance access to technology, encouraging responsibilities internet use, parental involvement and guidance. Ini satu isu juga, parental involvement. Some parents, they are very busy. They just send kids to the schools. They don't care about their performance. Where is it? Where is the things? Go to slide, that one. Sesat. No, the previous one. Dia punya ini technical ini tak fokus ini. Dia main TikTok ni. Promoting digital literacy juga perlu dipertingkatkan. Creating supportive online communities and leveraging technology for positive engagement. Nowadays, you are here physically. But some of us are not here. We are searching internet, we are looking TikTok, we are looking Shopee, we are using physically here, but mentally no. You are out of this room. That's common in this way. And then when you talk to someone, they will look at handphone. They don't focus on your talking. This is the process now. The process for interaction and develop a very bad environment. So go to the next slide, please, to the conclusion. So to conclude, accessing the following issues is crucial for fostering equitable educational opportunities and outcomes for all students. So I highlighted 4 perkara lah. Satu, access to quality education. For sure kita kena debate apa itu kualitasnya. Lower educational attainment, economic disparities, limited technological connectivity and social and cultural barriers. Finally, go to the next slide. This is the image I generated from artificial intelligence. But you go there, you may have different experience. Terima kasih banyak-banyak kepada Unsri yang mengundang saya untuk bercakap pada pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for Professor Dr. Muhammad Mazen Awang for that remarkable presentations. Once again, please do give a round of applause for our speakers for these sessions, for Professor Kim Soo-il and also Professor Mazen Awang. Okay, there are several things that been said by Professor Mazen. Maybe I would like to ask your opinion a little, Professor. Yeah, about some of the populations in Indonesia and Malaysia. You have displayed that there's about 1/3. Yeah, if we compare 1/3 to Indonesia, its Malaysia populations is 1/3 of the Indonesia. So what do you think about the disparities between the rural and also urban, since the populations in Indonesia is bigger or higher than in Malaysia?
Good things of having more populations that you can depend on your own economics. That's why during the COVID, Indonesia survived very well because the domestic economy is just enough for you to survive. Let's say you have 300 million people. If I am a businessman, I sell something and I get profit 1 ringgit only, I will get 300 million, seorang hanya belanja 1 ringgit saja sudah ada 300 juta ringgit. Because you have many population. That's why the country that have more population usually, if there is conflict occurs, they can survive better. And also Indonesia, you have food security better. Because you have your own paddy field, you have your own natural resources. And then domestic economy is very good in Indonesia. You sell many things, everything. People will buy and then the economy will rotate, pusing. Economic factors is very important for those who have very big population. In Malaysia, we just have 5, kalau just imagine 30 juta rakyat Malaysia, 1/3 mungkin itu yang betul-betul aktif. 1/3 lagi kanak-kanak sama yang orang-orang terlalu tidak aktif, yang tua dan sebagainya. So we just have around 10 million people to pay for pajak. Untuk bayar cukainya sekitar 10 atau 15 juta sahaja. Jadi Indonesia ada 300 juta. Kalau seorang dapat bayar RM1 saja derma-derma kan, sudah dapat 300 juta kepada unsuri. Nah, ini macam population saya nampak tadi Prof. Fitri beritahu VII ada sekitar 5,000 siswanya. Kalau di darat 10 tahun sudah ada 500,000. Kalau 500,000 yang sudah bekerja di luar sana menyumbang RM10 saja, sudah. VII sudah menjadi satu badan yang besar. Saya fikir sebab ramai. Ramai itu penting for economic, domestic economy. That's for my point of view.
Okay, thank you for Professor Mazen for your thoughtful and also detailed answer. So you focused on the advantage for the big populations, right? Okay, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, next we're going to move on to the next sessions. Now we will have questions and answer sessions. So same as before, as the first sessions before, if anyone has questions to our keynote speakers, you can walk through the microphone in the middle of the room. And also you can mention your name and also mentions the affiliations you are from. And then the next you can deliver your questions. Okay, is there anyone in the room who will gonna be the first one to asking the questions addressed to Professor Kim or Professor Mazen? Okay, Associate Professor Dr. Andi Al-Fatih. Okay, okay, time is yours, Professor.
All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you for the chance given. Professor Kim So-il. Hello, Prof. Kim So-il. So, Professor Kim, if you are so ill, go to see doctor. So ill. All right. As you know that the relationship between Indonesia and Korea or South Korea has been long time. I don't know whether it is good, better, or even worse. Just now you talk about the ideal cooperation and relation between countries. So what do you think about the relation between Indonesia and South Korea? Whether it is good or better or ideal or what? If yes, what factors make it like that? If no, what factors make it like that too? Can you take the point?
Yeah.
Okay. The next question is for Professor Mahzan about Malaysia. Yeah, first of all, congratulations on your achievement as 129. Yeah, the World University. My question is, what has UKM, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, played to decrease, to bridge the gap between rural and urban area in Malaysia? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your excellent questions for Pak Andi Al-Fatih. Okay, first I would like to check to Professor Kim and Professor Mazen whether you like the questions collected first and then deliver the answers, or just answer directly. Okay, you might to answer directly. Okay, Professor Kim.
Jadi hubungan itu Korea ya, the bilateral relation between Indonesia and Korea so far has been more on the complementary with the economic structure. Maksud saya Indonesia itu kaya natural resources, Korea itu teknologi and modal begitu. Jadi itu strukturnya complementary itu. Jadi itu sangat itu kekuatan yang kind of the strengths which result in the cooperation between very close, mutually beneficial cooperation antara dua negara begitu. Tapi sekarang itu mungkin sudah di level economic cooperation sudah puas mungkin. Kita harus itu explore cooperation in other fields such as education and then culture, environment, ya harus ke arah sana. Di Indonesia ada hampir 3.000 perusahaan Korea, Hyundai, Samsung, LG, cukup banyak. Sampai bioskop, CGV di mana-mana ada. Restoran Korea banyak. Di Indonesia, di Korea ada hampir 60.000 WNI di sana. Itu huge community. Salah satu yang foreign communities yang terbesar itu ya. Cukup. Jadi itu kita harus explore itu di yang itu. Dan juga di bawah situasi yang current political and economic situation very volatile ya, volatile economic situation. Itu tadi seperti saya, kita harus expand juga bilateral trade ya. China mungkin menghadapi kesulitan, dilema under the current kind of the complex system between itu in US and China ya. Mereka itu agak sulit karena Trump mau impose 60% of the import tax over all the Chinese product. Jadi Trump sudah declare akan pungut 60% pajak pada semua itu terhadap semua barang-barang Cina. Cina sulit sekali. Indonesia, target Indonesia dari Trump mungkin itu ada, yaitu Indonesia mungkin directly tidak ada itu impact-nya ya, dari trade war between two countries. Tetapi Indonesia juga kalau lihat sejarah, kalau ada geopolitical instability, international trade merosot itu. Jadi pasti itu kalau ada geopolitical ini instability, trade itu akan contracting begitu, akan merosot. Indonesia jadi harus itu aktifkan itu domestic. Pak Prof Majan bilang itu Indonesia ada domestic market cukup besar. Itu satu advantage. Indonesia is less vulnerable to international trade situation. Bagus. Jadi Indonesia harus itu aktifkan domestic market dan juga harus memperkuat bilateral trade dengan Korea, Jepang, ya itu. Ya begitu. Jadi kita mencari format kerjasama bilateral Korea Indonesia lebih balance, lebih ekstensif, lebih holistik, lebih komprehensif begitu. Ya itu misi kita. Gitu. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you for Professor Kim for the answer. You have give such a detailed answer for us. Okay, Prof. Andi. And for the next, I would like to give the chance for Professor
Thank you,
Mazen.
Prof. Andi. The UKM contributions towards how to minimize gaps between rural and urban areas. Kan? As a university, we play much roles dalam riset dan juga consultation. Untuk direct involved dengan komunitas, we call it consultations, projects. Usually, we involve with ministries as well. Riset biasanya dia hanya menghasilkan data-data empirical research. Tapi yang ada yang besar lagi adalah consultancy. Itu adalah consultations project. Saya juga di award oleh Kementerian Kemajuan Desa dan Wilayah dengan nilai sekitar RM561,000 untuk melihat bagaimana kanak-kanak di seluruh Malaysia itu dapat akses yang baik untuk education for science, mathematics and everything. Jadi kita lihat ada satu modul disebutkan nama modul STREAM. Diperkenalkan kepada kanak-kanak di seluruh pendidikan awal kanak-kanak. Apa dipanggil di sini? Anak-anak di usia dini. Jadi kita lihat di situ. Itu antara peranan yang scholars and also academician plays. We involve directly in consultations activities to make sure that all people either in rural areas and also in urban areas are getting a good support, especially for educational. And then kalau di Malaysia juga kita ada pelbagai ragam. Banyak ragam sekolah di Malaysia. Ramai juga yang mungkin tidak sedar, di Malaysia kita ada sekolah Cina. We have vernacular schools. We have sekolah yang menggunakan bahasa Mandarin. Kita ada sekolah yang menggunakan bahasa Tamil. Ini government schools. We namakannya sekolah jenis kebangsaan Cina. Sekolah menengah jenis kebangsaan Cina. We use national curriculums, but for mediation ataupun untuk mengajar dan juga belajar menggunakan bahasa asli etnik masing-masing. Begitu juga dengan Tamil. Dan kita juga ada sekolah Arab, kita Tafiz pun ada. So kepelbagaian sekolah ada di Malaysia, ada yang swasta ada. Itu juga membuka ruang untuk minimize gaps between rural and urban area. Also di Malaysia ada 14 states, kita ada sekolah milik negeri. State schools and also the government school. State schools usually they focus on religious school. Sekolah-sekolah agama, tetapi curriculumnya blend between academics and religious. You go to Malaysia, you will see different type of school. My friends from United Kingdom also so surprised looking at varieties of school in Malaysia. But what is happening in Malaysia now is based on what we are doing for the last 50 years. Keberagaman dalam sekolah yang ada di Malaysia menghasilkan population sekarang ini yang pada fikiran saya, we harmony. Hidup dalam keadaan harmoni kerana individual keperluan itu cuba di-tackle based on the needs, ethnicity and also populations punya background lah. Itu pada saya. Terima kasih Prof. Andi.
Okay, thank you Professor Mazen for the detailed answers to Associate Professor Andi Al-Fatih. Okay, is there anyone who want to ask questions? Because there's still time. Okay, you may walk through the microphone and mention your name and address to whom you might want to ask the questions. Okay, please.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, everyone. My name is Cesar Rahma Aurora. I have question for Mr. Kim Soo-il. So my question is, how does cultural exchange motivate countries to engage in global collaboration? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cesar, for the questions. Okay.
Jadi
Time is
itu
yours, Prof.
kita harus tahu, harus menyadari, harus ada awakening. Itu motivationnya, itu fundamental motivation for cooperationnya apa itu ya. Jadi negara itu di peringkat negara itu hanya satu, national interest itu. Kalau pribadi ada philanthropist gitu ya. Kalau individu ada yang philanthropist. Tapi negara manapun tidak ada philanthropist nation. Semua itu jago untuk cari nationalism. Memberi bantuan saja itu di belakang ada motivasi itu meningkatkan national interest itu. Jadi itu saja. Jadi kita harus menyadari negara itu tidak ada on the earth there are no philanthropist country. Semua itu jago kejar national interest. Perang pun untuk itu. Jadi kita harus menyadari itu motivasinya itu ya. Jadi international trade ini, trade war between ini China juga itu juga yang sama. Mereka masing-masing yaitu mereka global influence, global hegemony itu national interest itu superpower itu ya. Jadi national interest itu individu itu ada. Kalau saya pribadi, saya bisa waktu saya berpisah dengan ini dunia, harta saya bisa semua kasih kepada masyarakat yang miskin atau yang kurang mampu. Saya bisa kasih semua. Negara tidak bisa. Ya, jadi itu national. Jadi itu corporation ya, kita harus hati-hati selalu ya. Jadi kalau ada yang kasih bantuan di belakang itu apa itu, pasti nanti ada. Jadi itu Cina sekarang banyak dikritisasi di Afrika juga ya. Banyak memberi donasi, tapi membuat negara Afrika itu hutang itu, negara hutang itu. Tadi mereka terjepit pada itu. Status menjadi itu. Nasib mereka itu semua, nasib mereka itu nanti menjadi itu untuk melunaskan hutang itu. Bukan itu. Jadi kita harus itu reciprocal. Kita harus pandai waktu membuat negosiasi dengan negara lain. Kita harus itu hitung-hitung apa, harus membuat balance sheet waktu membuat bilateral relations. Apa yang kreditnya dan apa yang itu kita ruginya apa kredit itu apa. Jadi kita harus orang diplomat Indonesia itu di arena yang kerja di arena itu internasional itu ya, yang terlibat dalam international trade negotiation itu harus itu mereka itu pandai membuat balance sheet agar Indonesia tidak itu tertipu atau tidak terjun pada yang itu posisi itu ya, yang tidak, yang unfavorable. Jadi harus itu pandai begitu. Jadi itu sifat, kita harus tahu sifat international cooperation itu ya. Itu sangat itu dingin ya, sangat dingin, sangat juga kasar, inhumane itu begitu. Jadi itu tetapi sekarang ini apa trade war between ini China sama US pasti itu ada negative implication itu the overall economic interest of the world. Jadi untuk semua negara itu merugikan konflik yang superpower. Perang Ukraina di Timur Tengah, nanti juga risk perang di semenanjung Korea itu harus diberhentikan itu. Jadi seperti tadi saya bilang, ya itu. Tetapi itu perang akan terus berulang, tapi juga akan berhenti. Perang dunia 1, perang dunia 2, begitu ukurannya scale-nya besar berhenti juga. Perang trade antara Amerika, China akan berhenti juga. Tapi ya itu kita harus survive itu ya, sampai itu. Karena apa ini bisa berhenti? Pasti berhenti. Karena ya selalu ada di dunia ini ada dua macam manusia, pikiran manusia. Satu yang lebih supporting kerjasama, perdamaian, ya, dan keterbukaan, inclusiveness, openness. Tetapi ada satu kelompok manusia yang berpikiran lebih eksklusif, lebih hati-hati, mau lebih negatif terhadap kerjasama, ya. Dua jenis manusia, two different school of thought, ideologi. Selalu ada orang yang satu kelompok manusia itu sangat hati-hati, ada yang berani ini begitu, ada yang positif terhadap kerjasama luar negeri, ada yang sedikit ya pasif, selalu ada begitu. Ini sekarang akibat seperti Trump, ini perang trade antara Amerika sama Cina, akibatnya dari Trump itu, karena Trump itu 2017. Tapi ini karena Trump terpilih lagi, akan selama Trump masih di situ akan lebih itu mendalam itu, lebih Trump's regime will deepen the trade conflict US China. Jadi tetapi pasti nanti kalau ada kelihatan kalau ada nanti kepercayaan itu ya, majority ya, ini merugikan semua. Kalau begitu, kalau ada nanti kecenderungan ya, pikiran majority ya, mayoritas itu berpikiran itu begitu, pasti mereka akan mencari itu solusi, menyelesaikan perang itu. Di Amerika juga, ya begitu. Ya, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you for Professor Kim. To make it short, maybe to make a cooperations with any kind of country, kita harus melihatnya lebih skeptis begitu ya, Prof ya. Lebih skeptis dan lebih kritis lagi untuk melihat ada wacana apa di balik kerjasama itu sendiri ya. Apakah nanti akan menguntungkan atau merugikan untuk negara-negara, terutama untuk kepada negara-negara yang bukan merupakan negara adidaya. Begitu, Prof? Okay, baik. Maybe there's still one last chance for the last questions. Okay, there are two people who okay. Let's count down from 3. Okay, I'm going to count down from 3, 2, 1. Okay, the man who had batik dress. Yeah, yes, you. Ika.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good evening, my name is Valiandra Atila Zafiero. I have a question for Professor Dr. Mahzan Awang. What strategies can be implemented to effectively bridge the socio-educational support gaps between rural and urban communities, ensuring equitable access to quality education for all students? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sir Vailandra, for the questions. Okay, Professor Mazan, time
Thank
is
you
yours.
for questions. A very good question posted. How to make sure that we can minimize the gap between urban and rural education at this world now. We have very good support from technologies now. We know that students or kids are using this more than physical communications. They love to play TikTok. They love to play many gadgets in this world today. So how to make sure that we can maximize this technology to bridge between communication, parents and students? We know that this is a very, very, very dangerous situation if we don't look detail. How to get support better using this technology? Nowadays, people are not going to argue much. During masa saya, kita suka berdebat ini sampai bergaduh begini. Nowadays, you go to many places, kids or teenagers like you don't debate openly, but you are arguing using this. You disagree with people using this. You are ignoring many physical interactions. So this is very important part to look at it. So how to make sure that we can minimize between rural and urban areas I think the most important thing, make sure that we maximize using this according to the needs of kids. If I'm asking you at the moment, what do you want from this situation now? Apa yang kanak-kanak perlu? Apa yang diperlukan? Kalau di Malaysia, we have no national examination until they reach from 5 or 17 years old. During the process, just the process of learning only. But we don't know what they need. If we go to school at the moment, sejauh mana keperluan mereka kita tahu. We need to listen to young people what actually they want. We cannot provide support without knowing what they want. Also, the siswa sekarang kan, apa yang anda mahu kami tidak tahu. Unless you tell us, sir, I want this. Support me in terms of improving my English using a very good manner, let's say. And then we can provide support. We cannot do actions without getting the baseline data. We don't know. Banyak yang gagal disebabkan kita assume, oh, kita kena bikin begini, nanti mereka nak. Tapi kita tidak buat riset. Kalau di Jepang, mereka ada lesson study. Plan, do, check, act. Plan, do, check, act. Kita rancang, kita buat, kita lakukan dan kita semak. Itu yang selalu, kalau nak bridge the gap between rural and urban area, do we have actual data? Kalau saya tanya tuan-tuan, ada tak data? Ada tak, what do we expect? Let's say for the dosen. Untuk dosen, siswa tanya tak, apa yang dosen harapkan daripada siswa? Tidak tanya. Apa yang siswa perlukan? Kita tanya siswa. Kalau nak bridge the gap, we need to know each other. What they want and what we want, we put on the table and discuss. That is why domestic trades or international trades, they put what they need together, put on the table and discuss the similarities and differences. Saya ingat Prof. Kim bikin banyak negotiations dengan negara luar. Now, other countries, they want this. Other countries, they want this. Okay, put on the table, discuss. Number one, the similarities first. The similarities, we solve it directly. Yang problemsnya perbezaan itu. Aku mau ini, engkau mau ini. Aku mau, itu yang perlu di-solve. So, untuk bridge or minimize the gap, we need to know what people want from the program. Academic as well. What they want actually. They don't want to listen. They don't want to bring a very heavy bag. I tak tahu di Malaysia, ada lagi tak pikul bag, textbook. Textbook masih bawa ke sekolah kan? Sekarang sudah ada ini. Textbook buat apa? Umpamanya kan. Textbook pun tidak dibaca, mau tengok Google saja. Artificial intelligence sudah ada tanya, bilakah negara serantau Asia merdeka? Ditanya, terus dapat. Kalau ada textbook, kena pergi cari buku teks sejarah Malaysia, teks sejarah Thailand, teks sejarah Singapura. Tapi ini ada. Kenapa tak digunakan? So perkara-perkara itu, kalau nak bridge the gap, kena ada innovative action. That's from my view. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions from Professor Mazen. Okay, to sum up, maybe there's education is all about the strategic communications that need to be researched first. What is the want and the needs for the students in any kind of level at university or school. Okay, due to time constraint, now we must conclude the questions and answer sessions. But before we wrap up these sections, I would like to invite Professor Kim and also Professor Mazen to give a closing statement based on the presentations and discussions. Professor Kim, time is yours.
Jadi untuk international relation ya, dan juga untuk menjaga tertib trade itu internasional, yang prinsipul yang paling penting itu fairness antara negara, reciprocity ya, reciprocity juga mutual itu reciprocity, fairness itu kita harus jaga sendiri. Dan hari ini kita menyadari kesimpulannya bahwa untuk perkembangan kemajuan semua manusia ya, dunia itu penting itu nilai perdamaian, ya nilai kerjasama itu ya, daripada perang atau itu ya konflik itu. Jadi itu penting sekali, bukan hanya itu perdamaian, itu saling mutual respect ya, perdamaian itu ya, bukan hanya kestabilan politik, tapi untuk juga menciptakan prosperity dan juga untuk meningkatkan trading internasional. Itu persyaratan itu, nilai perdamaian juga nilai kerjasama itu penting. Itu yang merupakan itu foundation ya, fondasi untuk kerjasama luar negeri juga, itu kerjasama di juga ekonomi internasional ya, itu ya. Terima kasih.
Okay, terima kasih. Thank you for Professor Kim for the closing statement. And next we have Professor Mazanal.
Terima kasih Prof Kim dan Sri for inviting me untuk ICOSH 7 ini. I just want to share that ICOSH 7 initiated by us, saya sama Prof Fitri, Pak Andi, Pak Azhar dan ramai lagi tim. We introduce ICOSH 1 together with Jejak Paramiswara kerana sejarah di Malaysia, Paramiswara itu merupakan raja pertama yang datangnya dari Palembang. Jadi raja pertama yang datang ke Tanah Melayu ketika itu namanya Paramiswara. Dari Paramiswara lari kerana kalah peperangan, langsung dia pergi ke Temasek. Temasek itu adalah Singapura, yang mana pimpinan Singapura ketika itu adalah nama ketuanya namanya Temagi, iaitu merupakan ketua daripada negara Thailand, Siam. Dan apabila Paramiswara pergi ke Temagi, berlaku peperangan dan Paramiswara berjaya menewaskan Temagi dengan kerajaan Temaseknya. Dan apabila kerajaan Siam mengetahui perkara tersebut, telah menghantar bala tenteranya, telah menewaskan Paramiswara di sana, dan Paramiswara terus berlindung di Melaka dan menubuhkan kota Melaka. Sejarahnya bermula di sini. Dan ketika ICOSH 7 ketika ICOSH diluncurkan itu, kita luncurkan sekali dengan Jejak Paramiswara. So kita lakukan di sini di Palembang, kita memiliki Sungai Musi, langsung kita adakan di Batam, dan last year kita adakan di Malaysia, dan ramai juga partisipan pergi ke Melaka, dan hopefully tahun ini kita pergi ke Bangkok. Tetapi kesulitan sedikit, kita lakukan semula di sini, dan insya-Allah saya punya harapan supaya ICOSH ini menjadi satu brand yang besar untuk VII. InsyaAllah jika diusahakan, ICOSH ini bisa menerbitkan satu jurnal, International Journal of Social Sciences and Humanities. Sebab ini adalah tahun ke-7. Dan 3 tahun lagi kita boleh raikan tahun ke-10 ICOSH ini. Jadi saya mengucapkan berbanyak terima kasih kepada VII Unsri dan berdoa sebagai hubungan jalinan sebegini dapat diteruskan dan juga menjadi sebahagian daripada bibit-bibit perhitungan kita di akhirat kelak, kerana ini merupakan medan ilmu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you for both speaker for the remarkable closing statement. And also I would like to appreciate to all participants who has raised excellent questions. Okay, for the last, let's give one final round of applause to both of our keynote speakers for their exceptional contributions today. Okay, I would like to say thank you for all your attentions and also participations, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Okay, finally, I would like to hand the sessions back to our Master of Ceremony, Ms. Aisyah and Ms. Alia. Thank you. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to our moderator and speakers for an insightful session. Let's give a round of applause to Prof. Kim, Prof. Dr. Mazan, and Ms. Anis.
You may. We will now take a break for lunch and prayer. For those who would like to pray, the prayer room is at the back near to the toilet, and for those who would like to have lunch, please go to the long tables at the back on your right and left. Please enjoy the refreshment provided, and we'll continue the event at 1:30 p.m. for the parallel session. Thank you. I repeat, for those who would like to pray, the prayer room is at the back near to the toilet, and for those who would like to have lunch, please go to the long tables on your right and left. Please enjoy the refreshment provided, and we'll continue the event at 1:30 p.m. for the parallel session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a break for lunch. session. Please be back to the ballroom at 1:30 p.m. Thank you. To the participants who are still outside, please enter the ballroom because we will begin the event.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to
the 7th International Conference on Social Studies and Humanities 2024. With the theme, Navigating the Complex Dynamics of Society, Communication, Policy, and Diplomacy, Challenges and Strategies.
We will now proceed with the parallel sessions, featuring the following sub-themes. Number 1, social transformation and humanity.
Number 2, public policy and national resilience.
Number 3, diplomacy, security, and global political economy, strengthening Asia's position in the global context.
Number 4, digital communication and media in Asia. The parallel session will be divided into 3 sessions. The parallel session offline room 1 with Mr. Abdul Halim SIPMA will be in the room Zuri 10 on the 3rd floor. The parallel session offline room 2 with Miss Misni Astuti SOS MICOM will be in the room Zuri 4 on the 5th floor. The parallel session offline room 3 with Miss Maudi Nur Fadlia SH International MA will be on the room Zuri 5 on the 5th floor.
We kindly ask the committee to take over today's parallel sessions. To committee, please proceed.
How about now? Still.
Yes, okay.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Namira Rizky Putri Mukwita, and I'm going to present our paper, which I wrote with my friend Andini Hayu Agus Putri, under the title of "The Mass Uncovered: The Impact of Patriotism Intoxication Gupong on South Korean Man Kopino Case." Please proceed to the next. Thank you. So here is the table of content. I will explain about the introduction and then methodology and result in discussion, and the last is conclusion. Next, please. Thank you. So here in the introduction, as we know that in the title, I mentioned about the Hallyu. I mentioned about the South Korea. As we know, South Korea have the policy, have a public policy, and also a foreign policy about Hallyu, which part of the South Korean government policies to expand its influence. And this Hallyu has several products. One of it is K-drama, which is very influential, and it one of the complex and comprehensive products of the Hallyu, which encompasses various aspects of South Korean culture, ranging from the beauty, cosmetics, until lifestyle. So this K-dramas basically set standard of living toward the international community. And it creates positive image of South Korean. So it's like establishing a positive image, positive reality, constructs positive reality of South Korean. But recently, in the 2000, there's a case raised by the NGOs about the Kopino, which according to Sungkyun Times, there are about 30,000 Kopino children in the Philippines, which Kopino means Korean and Filipinos. So this case dismantle the established construction of reality of South Korea, especially South Korean men, made by Hallyu. So in one of the article written by Sam Peck, in the statement of one children, he said that his Korean father didn't want to take responsibility after finding out his mother was pregnant because it was considered bad, and embrace his father. So this is very ironic, and this is why we want to do further research on this. Next slide, please. So this research aim is to propose that there is a shift in social reality on South Korean identity due to the interaction between South Korean man and Filipino woman in the Kopino case. Next slide, please. I'm sorry. Next slide, please. Thank you. So here is the methodology. We use library research and also the theoretical framework. We use constructivism from Maya Zephys, which talks about the politics of reality. Next slide, please. So this is the conceptual framework. Actually, we start from the Hallyu policy. It creates two paths, which one is K-dramas, which I have mentioned earlier. It creates positive image of South Korea. So, or this positive reality construction, especially on South Korean men. And on the other side, this Hallyu policy increased national pride, which later influenced by the ethnic cultural homogeneity, concept of minjok, creating patriotism intoxication, making superior feeling, and then in the interaction Filipino woman, in the Kopino case, it creates later negative reality construction, which shift the positive reality. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is the results and discussion. I'm sorry. So the first is we're talking about, I'm sorry, Hallyu policy, which talk about the rising of South Korean culture, and then excessive national pride leads to patriotism intoxication, and then we talked about Kopino case and less shifting of real deconstruction. Next slide, please. Thank you. Here is, as you know, the Hallyu policy, as I have mentioned earlier, that it creates two paths. One, create a positive image, positive reality of South Korea. It was initiated back then in 1990s, and it targets expansion of South Korean cultural influence. And as I have mentioned earlier, it set the standard of living and also set the standard of ideal love and ideal man, how it should be. So it basically construct the the view of international community, how to describe what ideal man is, which is referred to the South Korean man portrayed in K-dramas. As you can see in the table, there are several examples of K-drama and its positive construction of South Korean man, which is hard worker, smart, loyal, considerate, and so on. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, next slide, please. Thank you. We're arriving to the excessive national pride to patriotism intoxication. We have talked about Hallyu and how it creates positive reality of South Korea, South Korean man. And in one of the article written by Kim Jong-soo in 2016, talking about success of Hallyu, it mentioned that Hallyu actually increased the national pride, actually the symbol of national pride of South Korea, especially for men, because in the society of South Korea, the patriarchal system is very influential. So I'm sorry, still this is thank you. So
Please enter the ballroom because we will begin the event. Thank you. And gentlemen, we are now approaching the end of our event. But before we conclude, we are pleased to announce the Best Presenter Award that will be announced by Ms. Rindang Senja Andarani as ICOM MICOM as the Staff Commit ICOSH 7 2024. To Ms. Rindang Senja Andarani as ICOM MICOM, we invite you to the stage.
Okay, for all participants, this is the time that you've been waiting for. So, I have the names of the best presenter for today's conference. And the best presenter are Fani Hendra Saputra, SSIT MH from Sriwijaya University. And the next best presenter from online 2 room is Gili Argenti, Universitas Singa Perbangsa Karawang. From offline 1 room, Dr. Elita Esos, MSc. From offline 2 room, Setio Budi H. Hutomo from Universitas Atmajaya, Yogyakarta. And the best presenter, Ahmad Mujadid Farureza, Larasita Damayanti Roy Setiawan from Sriwijaya University. Congratulations for all best participants. And the present for offline participants for we kindly invited Dr. Elita Esos MSI to the stage. And the present will be given by the Vice Dean of Students and Alumni Affairs, Dr. Andreas Leonardo MSI. We also invited Mr. Setio Budi H. Hutomo from Universitas Atmajaya, Yogyakarta. And the present will be given by the Vice Dean of Academic Affairs, Dr. Azhar. Congratulations, Mr. Setio Budi. And we invite Mr. Ahmad Muzadid Farureza from Universitas Sriwijaya. And the present will be given by Dean of Social and Political Sciences, Professor Dr. Alfit A. Once again, congratulations for all best participants. See you on next conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Congratulations to the winners. Well done on your outstanding presentations. We hope this achievement inspires you to continue striving for excellence and success. Next, we kindly invite to the stage Dr. Haji Azhar SH, MSc, LLM, as the Vice Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Sriwijaya University, to deliver the closing remarks.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Dean, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, allow me to deliver this closing remark. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, distinguished speaker, and fellow participants, as we come to the end of this remarkable ICOSH 7, I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for your invaluable contribution, insight, and engagement throughout these events. Over the past few days, we have had the privilege of exploring critical issues, sharing knowledge, and exchanging ideas that are not only important in our respective field, but also have a far-reaching impact on the global community. The discussion, presentation, and collaboration that took place have here truly demonstrated the power of bringing together diverse perspectives from across the world. We have learned from each other, build new partnerships, and most importantly, created a shared sense of purpose and commitment to addressing the challenges and opportunities we face in our field. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to our keynote speaker, panelists, and moderator, whose expertise and thought-provoking ideas have enriched our understanding. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee, volunteers, and everyone behind the scene who worked tirelessly to ensure the smooth running of this conference. As we close this chapter, let us carry forward the knowledge and connection we have gained here. Let us continue to work together across border and discipline to tackle the complex challenges of our time and to foster a future collaboration, innovation, and mutual understanding. I am confident that the outcome of this conference will continue to resonate for far beyond these walls, inspiring action, creating new opportunity for progress. I encourage each of you to stay in touch, continue your dialogues, and remain committed to the values of collaboration and excellence that have been at the heart of this gathering. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation and engagement. I look forward to seeing the exciting development and advancement that will emerge from discussion we have here. On behalf of the organizing committee and the entire team, I wish you all a safe journey home and much success in your future endeavor. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I would like to close this ICOSH 7. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Azhar, for the inspiring speech.
We'll now continue with the documentation session together. We kindly invite the Dean and the Vice Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Science to come in front because we'll take a documentation session together. And to all attendees, please come to in front of to the stage. Please rise and come to in front of to the stage.
sukses. ICOSH 8, jumpa 2000.
Keliru. Sampai jumpa.
Ya, ulang. Ya.
Ulang.
ICOSH 7, sukses. Sampai jumpa ICOSH 8, 2025.
Ini mulai ya.
Ya, mulai ya. Ya. ICOSH 7, sukses. Sampai jumpa ICOSH 8, 2025. Terima kasih.
Now reach the end of today's event. Before we close, allow us to extend our deepest gratitude to everyone who contributed to the success of this event. We also thank our speakers, distinguished guests, and all attendees for your time and presence here.
We hope that the discussion and insights shared today will bring benefits, inspiration, and broaden our perspective. May this meeting bring lasting positive impacts. With that, we officially close today's event. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next opportunity. I am Amanda Shadia.
And I am Alia Haruko,
Officially signing off. Before we close the event, we have a rhyme to share with you. In Indonesia, we usually answer it with cakep. The bee buzzes, the flower blooms.
Cakep. The stars shine bright, the moon does too.
Cakep. Hope our words lit up the rooms.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We'll see you on the next ICOSH event. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you, everyone.
Andai aku bisa menjadi seperti yang kau minta, ku jadi juwita kala cinta menggoda. Tak peduli jika surga dan neraka tak pernah ada, yang penting kau ada, meski tanpa bersama. sederhana